Oh, greetings. And welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That I can't see where I am. I can't see shit. And that's more like it. Don't you agree? You don't have to look at anything. You can look at whatever you want or nothing. You can just sit here and look at the edges of your field of vision. Look at the edges. I can't even see them. I can't even see the edges. It's like they don't really exist. But then again, does an edge even exist in any sense? What is an edge? What is a hole? What is there is there a big nothing outside of your field of vision? Would you say? Because you can't see it. Would you call that a blind spot? A large blind spot? I mean, I can kind of imagine that outside of my field of vision, there's a space that's larger, that's like sort of like a sphere. I'm imagining a sphere, and I can see one portion of the sphere that's, I don't know, maybe it's something like, I don't know, around like 20% of the surface of the sphere or something as a representation of the percentage of what I can see versus what I can't see. But then this is also kind of assuming like this spherical plane that is outside of my perspective, which is like a dot in the center of the sphere. That's me, that's where I am, that's my perspective. And then there's stuff inside that I can see, and then there's stuff outside that I can't see. But also it's not like I'm seeing blackness or something in the places that I can't see. But then also it's like, yeah, I can't even see the edges. I can't even see like the boundary of my vision. It's as if instead of there being a visual boundary, it's as if like it just gets progressively harder to pay attention to what's in my periphery. The more peripheral it gets, the harder it gets to pay attention to or to discern what it is or make out detail, until that possibility of paying attention like fades out altogether into something that I can't pay attention to. That kind of seems like a description that would apply equally to all aspects of my perspective, wouldn't you say? Even things like memory, or things like thought like the space of thought, if such a thing exists. That there's like a center of all that, and then it seems like maybe there's a peripheral of it, and then it kind of fades out, like memory, like kind of like if I try to remember my birth, like it's kind of remembering my birth is kind of like trying to look at the edges of my visual field. I don't remember it at all, but there's definitely no like temporal cutoff in my memory, There is a point where I definitely can't remember before, but then I can't quite remember where my memory started, and then even if I, but then it's like, then I'm just like constructing all of this out of facts that I know about dates and so on. Like, I know that I have a birth date, I know what year I was born in, and so I'm just kind of surmising from that I can't remember anything from prior to that, but it doesn't seem completely out of the realm of possibility that I could have a memory from the womb or the memory of being born. I mean, maybe somebody who knows about infants and fetuses would know about that. Maybe they would have a reason that they would say, yeah, it's actually impossible to remember being in the womb because of so and so, this and that and the other. However, like for instance, I don't know, like there's 1 year that I can sort of remember being the first year that I remember being aware of it being that year. As in, there was a year that was the first year that I was aware of what year it was. As far as I can remember now, maybe I was aware of a prior year, but I don't remember that now. But what about the future? It's like, in a similar way, I feel like I can actually have some understanding of the near future, but then my understanding of the future fades out the more in the future that it gets. My ability to predict, as in like, I can feel with seemingly almost as much certainty that I'm going to keep being here talking like this for the next 5 minutes at least. As I remember sitting here talking for the past 5 minutes, but then of course it seems that there is so the future and the past aren't that different from each other, but it does seem like there's some asymmetry, as in it seems like I can be more certain of the past than I can of the future. But then also, I was talking about vision and how it seems like there's this gradient of what I can pay attention to. Or I could also call that the gradient of what I can cognize. Or we could also call it the gradient of what I can perceive. Like the center of my vision as opposed to the periphery of it. But it's not so immediately apparent to me that like at the peripheries that like actually less light is entering my eyes or something. That's not something that I can detect. It's more like I'm just less able to make sense with my brain of, I don't know, in my experience, I'm less able to make sense of the stuff that's at the periphery of my vision. You know, it's hard not to look over. It's hard actually to like, quote unquote, look at the edge of my field of vision. Like, I just immediately want to move my eyes to whichever side that I'm supposedly trying to observe the periphery of my vision. And furthermore, I have the urge to just turn my head in that way also. But no, I'm trying to just sit here. And to be honest, I am sitting. I'm not walking right now because my knees are kind of fucked. But anyways, I'm just sitting here. Trying to pay attention to the edges of my vision instead of the center of it. Try it with me if you want. And try to do it without moving your head or moving your eyes. It's kind of interesting. It's a kind of interesting challenge. I want to keep trying this more, but it's actually so challenging that I feel like I can hardly do it and talk at the same time. And since my job here is to keep talking, then I'm going to do that. But I'm going to try to remember to try doing this more often because it feels pretty interesting. Just to like try to focus mentally on something that's at the edge of my vision without actually physically looking at it with my eyes or by turning my head. But then if I ask myself, okay, what about my auditory perception, that which I'm hearing, it seems also, well, if I think about my auditory perception, it seems like it's even more the case that which that which seems central in my auditory perception might be optional. But there's a problem that while I'm talking, obviously the sound of my voice is the most central, I think. I mean, I'm attempting to just observe phenomenally these things without relying on like external, like knowledge that's external to the observation to describe what I'm observing. For instance, I'm tempted to say that my voice is the most physically immediate sound in my experience, as in, I'm tempted to say that the sound of my voice is the nearest sound. But then, what does that mean that it's the nearest sound? Isn't that actually just a concept that's derived, that is like deducted from my sensory information in combination with concepts of space and locality and that sort of thing? Like, how can I describe sounds as being nearer or far, more near or more far, based solely on my sensation, without relying actually just on a lot of thoughts, as in, like, I hear a cricket that's farther away from myself. But then, when I say a cricket, that's based on my prior knowledge of what a cricket is and what kind of sound it makes. And in fact, I could be wrong about it. It could be like, maybe it's not a cricket. It could be a grasshopper or a katydid or a cicada or something. And I'm just not familiar with that. In principle, I could be wrong about the sounds that I hear. And in principle, I could be wrong about the physical distance away from me of the sources of the sound. Like I can estimate how far away the cricket might be from me. But actually it's harder because there's multiple sounds that seem like they're coming from insects that are kind of merging together in my experience. But when I stop talking and listen, then it becomes much easier to do something that's kind of akin to what I was trying to do with my visual fields, that is to like listen to the periphery of it, but it's also different in that, like, it seems at first with my visual field that I can be aware, I can sense something like the field to some degree, like, and even without actively sensing everything that's in it. Actually, is that true? Maybe that's not, because like I also question like beyond the margins of my visual field, I can't honestly say that I am aware or sensing like this potential visual field that extends beyond what I can see, like behind my head and so on. I'm actually only indirectly aware of it as a potentiality, that I could turn around my head, I could turn my head and look, but then it's just, that's actually not looking at a different part of my visual field, that's actually just bringing something else into my existing visual field, assuming that my visual field is spatially static with regards in relation to my head and my eyes. But then also, I could do something like cross my eyes and then thereby bringing out of alignment the two images that my eyes see, and then I'm, kind of like seeing double and everything looks blurry. I'm doing it right now. I'm crossing my eyes to make things look double and blurry. And then like while I'm doing this, like, so I'm thinking to myself, doesn't crossing my eyes technically, like, wouldn't that like change the shape of my visual field? You know what I mean? Like if my eyes have a certain amount of overlap, which corresponds to the total amount of the spherical plane around me that I am able to see at one time, doesn't crossing my eyes change the amount of visual overlap and thereby change the shape of the visual field? But then, like, when I do it, well, first of all, it's like kind of uncomfortable to keep your eyes crossed. It feels like a strain. When I do it, I'm not quite aware of the visual field changing shape, but maybe it does. Maybe it narrows a little bit. I'll have to try that again later when I'm not talking. Anyhow, returning back to the activity of listening, well, I was trying to discern whether something like a aural field exists as anything other than a conceptual abstraction. And then I realized that I'm not very certain whether the visual field exists as something other than an abstraction. But at least it seems more intuitive than does the aural field. Auditory. Perceptual field. As in, maybe that's made difficult by the difficulty of finding like silence in the environment. As in, if I did go to the anechoic chamber, the room where there's supposed to be no sound whatsoever, could I then be aware of silence and then be aware of something akin to the perceptual field of hearing. And then famously, John Cage would say, actually, that silence is not even there because you hear the sound of the blood rushing through your veins, and you hear also some other kind of sound that's produced by your ears that you can only become aware of when you're in that quiet of an environment. But also, I think that potentially someone could have a different sense of hearing, as in like impaired hearing. And then I would like to, like, let's say you had impaired hearing where everything was a lot quieter, but you could still potentially hear a little bit of things. I'd be curious to ask a person if they, quote unquote, hear silence. And, like, assuming that they perceptually have enough of a experience of hearing sound to have a reference point for what silence is. Then I would ask someone, or someone who's completely, or maybe someone who became completely hard of hearing, do you hear silence, or do you perceive silence? And then furthermore, maybe someone who was born without hearing, and so who would have no memory of hearing sound, I would like to ask them if they hear silence or perceive silence. And the guess that I would make is that the less reference a person has for hearing sound, that the less something like silence would exist phenomenally in their experience. In the same kind of in a similar sense of like the non-visual perception of what's behind my head never really occurs to me as something that's perceived or markedly non-perceived. Like, I'm never really conscious of not perceiving what is directly behind my head visually, except maybe to some extent when I'm sitting here talking about it or thinking about it. It's almost like like if I know conceptually that dogs have a far more powerful and richer sense of smell than humans have. It's like if the dog asked me, like, are you aware of having such a diminished sense of smell? And I would say, no, I'm not really aware of it because it's all I've ever known. And also, I assume that there are animals and maybe other life forms as well that would have categories of sense, of sensation that I can't even really conceive of. And I can't really be aware of their foreignness to me, or I can't really be aware of my lack of it. And similarly, like I would doubt that other life forms that don't have the same senses that I have, like, I don't know, shellfish which don't have eyes, or any, or life forms that don't have any visual, perceptual organs. I assume that they don't have a conception of what sight is, or any notion of their lack of it. So it's effectively not a lack or an absence. Except in potentially in our perspective, but it's not experientially a lack. It's not phenomenally a lack or absence. And then, but then this brings me to question, is any kind of lack or absence actually phenomenal? As in, is a lack or absence actually experienced? I mean, intuitively, it does seem like it definitely can be, but it seems like it's experienced most in proximity to that which is lacking. That is, if I woke up blind tomorrow morning, I would definitely feel the absence of my sense of vision. It would be like that lack would probably be the biggest thing in my life for that day, at least. You know. Like everything else being the same, and it would require all this difficult adjustment, I imagine. But then then I imagine as time went on that the absence of sight would be less in the fore of consciousness, you know? So it at least kind of seems like oh, there's a small toad. What does it seem like? It kind of seems like locality is constructed, or to say that in a better way, like my perspective is constructed. And when I say constructed, I mean like seemingly a interdependence between what ostensibly I imagine is sensed of the outside world and what is thought about the outside world, as in, or what is thought about reality and the laws of physics and my own biology and so on and so forth. That is like, it seems like what is sensed and what I think about the world are very interdependent on one another. And I say that because, like, for instance, just when I'm trying to like discern like what the boundaries of my field of perception are, something like I'm discerning that what inevitably plays into that discernment are ideas about geometry of the world and ideas about the relationship of my body to the world in space. And maybe even more so, maybe that's even more apparent in hearing. And that when I listen, I notice that it's difficult for me to untangle the sounds that I hear with what I think about the world and what I think about what's producing them and where in space the sounds are originating from. And also with memory, for instance, like how I said that it seems like my memory fades out as I get further away from the present temporally, either into, I mean, we call it memory when it's about the past, or prediction when it's about the future, but either way they fade out, perhaps asymmetrically, but nonetheless they both fade out as they get further away from what I perceive as the present. But that even my memories of the past, and especially when I look at the most marginal ones, say like when I try to recall my earliest memories, I become very aware of the fact that they are dependent on facts that I am just kind of constructing in the present. For instance, the knowledge of the date that I was born on and the year that I was born in and how old I would have been in any given year, and all these other pieces of knowledge that in a sense I can extrapolate from the present, and none of which disagree with my currently held worldview. You know what I mean? Like nothing that like everything that I can remember happening in the world, it seems like corresponds with what I generally hold to be true about reality, physics, biology, aging, who my family is, the way that time elapses, the continuity of time, the continuity of myself as a subject, so on and so forth. So it's like the center of perception, both spatially and temporally, it certainly seems are being defined by what's not at the center, as in like the edges and the periphery. Like what's now, what's the present moment, is something that I'm inferring from or deducing or whatever, or extrapolating from what I take to be the past and maybe the future to some extent. And where I perceive myself to be located is kind of definitionally at the center of what I seem to be able to sense visually and auditorily and touch-wise as well. But then I just realized that all these definitions that I'm using, like say being in the center of my perception, it's almost tautological, because it's like, oh, that's what a perspective is, or that's what experience is having a perception And in order to have perception, it's like you're necessarily creating a location that is the perceiver as opposed to what's perceived, which is like exterior to the perceiver or farther away. So it's kind of as if like this center of experience, which seems like it's something that's just so natural and given, that there's a person experiencing things who's at the center of that experience. It seems like it's a bit of a construction, in that it's dependent on everything that's not at the center of experience in order to reference it. Like, it's as if I have to be able to sense other things in order to have a sense of myself sensing them. But then it seems like I have to have this sense of myself sensing in order to sense the other things, in order for these other things that I'm sensing to have any kind of meaning or substance. And similar with the notion of sensing itself, or sense at all. It's kind of, and in that case, it's like interesting for me to think about why I would be concerned about death. I mean, there's also, I think Mark Twain said something to the extent of like, why should I be concerned about, if I should be concerned about death, shouldn't I be equally concerned about the expanse of time before I was born? Like, shouldn't I be mourning the time before I was born equally as much as the time after I'm dead? But I don't really worry about either of those. Because it's like the entire frame of reference that could worry about my own death won't be around. It's almost like being worried about all the people who never existed or something. And of course, we know that this doesn't really make sense, to mourn all the humans that could have been born but weren't. I mean, if you're an insane Catholic or something, pro-natalist, like some of them probably have some version of this. Like mostly the anti-abortionists are just pro-natalists, and I think it's weird. But I mean, this isn't to say that there's no reason to be concerned with death, as in the cessation of life of a living being. Or it's not that I'm not afraid to die myself. It's that I am actually afraid to die, but what I'm afraid of is the transition part. And not in principle that it's because it could be painful. Like, in principle, maybe it can happen without pain. Like, I guess it could even happen in my sleep or something. It's like what I'm not at all concerned about the state of not being, because the state of not being, kind of along the lines of what we've been talking about, simply isn't something that's experienced. It's not something that's phenomenal. The state of not being is kind of like an Acme hole. It just doesn't exist in any meaningful term other than something that's kind of referenced to from its opposite state, from its apparent opposite state. But it's more that, I would be worried about the people that I'm close to suffering. But then that's actually the only thing I think that's the only thing that I am afraid of. Absent of my own suffering leading up to death. So it's not actually death itself. I mean, like, also death is it's like an edge. It's like a boundary, of course, between two states of being alive, or of existing as an entity, and then not existing. But then, not existing is also doesn't exist, like in the sense that we've been talking about. It's not something that's experienced. So we're talking about an edge of experience and non-experience, which actually I think is quite actually impossible to wrap one's mind around. Like the like how we're talking about the edge of your visual field. It's like the edge of something that is apparently sensed and something that's not sensed. But I can't sense what I can't sense. I can just kind of imagine it. But I can't imagine what I can't sense. I can't imagine the state of sensing something that's not sensed. The only thing that I can imagine is the only thing that I can imagine in that regard is sensing something that I'm not currently sensing. That is, I can only imagine having a different content of sensation. I can't imagine not sensing. Even to the extent that I attempt to imagine not seeing, I have to admit that what I'm imagining is actually just darkness, which in my imagination is a type of sensation. But also, something that I sometimes think about, and if you're a frequent listener of Walking and Talking, you've probably heard me talk about this before. When we imagine the state of not being, whether it be before we were born or after our death, which, I mean, immediately it seems intuitive that those are real times that exist, before we were born, that we know about through history or through people that are older than us telling us about it. And it seems concurrent with our worldview, or at least with mine, that a world existed before I was in it, and that a world will continue existing after I'm not in it anymore. And what's also concurrent with our understanding of reality is that the world has existed for a very long time before we were born, and a very long time afterwards. Such a long time in either direction that it, even with the most conservative guesses as to how old the reality is, even if you're an insane creationist who thinks it was created 4,000 years ago or whatever, any estimate is a span of time before and after our existence that drastically dwarfs the span of time that our lifetime is. Like so much more. And then so then you have to ask yourself, why is it that the present happens to occur while we are alive and experiencing, as opposed to the present occurring at one of those other times before we were born or after we die? That's an astounding amount of luck. Like, you are here experiencing this right now. Actually, it's insanely lucky that the present happens to be right now. How lucky. I mean, and then of course, like, some kind of tautological nature of this statement might reveal itself but what it implies is something actually that sounds kind of crazy but must be true. That experience always exists, that subjectivity always exists. Because without experience, neither time nor space have any meaning or have any phenomenology. Without subjectivity, neither time nor space can really be said to exist in any meaningful way. But then, of course, this would seem to contrast with a commonly held materialist view of the universe, or mechanistic view of the universe, or even not necessarily mechanistic, but even just any view of the universe that includes the possibility of something existing without life, is how we would usually say. And it's like scientifically, like, yes, most people would say that like the universe had to exist for some time in order for life to emerge. And accordingly, we can imagine in our mind's eye in a way that doesn't seem to conflict with our ideas of physics. Like matter in the universe without any observers. Just, maybe it's a big bang and a bunch of particles whizzing about, and eventually stars forming and planets forming, and then, the correct conditions on Earth for plants to emerge, and then animals, and so on and so forth, and then humans, with telescopes and microscopes and so on and so forth, who can construct a picture of the universe and construct a rough history of the universe. And then also, we have to acknowledge the anthropic principle. So we would ask, like, isn't it insanely lucky that now just happens to be within the time frame that intelligent life exists on Earth, because the universe existed for so long that that dwarfs even the time span of which humans have been alive. And we don't know of any other creatures that have even a similar type of intelligence. And so, why are we here now? And the anthropic principle says we are here now because we happen to be observers capable of observing ourselves being here now, situated temporally and spatially in the universe. And so correspondingly, this question of why are you alive now could be answered with a similar type of anthropic principle. You're alive now because you are alive to register yourself being alive. And when you're not alive to notice that you're not alive. But then, so then I try to imagine the universe before there was any life to perceive the universe, which ostensibly that was the case, right? But then I realize that when I'm imagining the universe, it's like I know that I'm just kind of like that the fact that it is imagined, and that what I'm imagining is kind of an extrapolation of my sensory experience and my abstract knowledge of how reality is. And I realize, and as I said before, I realize that my sensory experience and my abstract knowledge of how reality is are highly interdependent on one another. And that I'm recognizing that other types of observers observe a reality differently, and we can kind of demonstrate this by creating kind of okay, so you know how like we perceive ourselves at the center of our perception, you know, visually or sonically or spatially. We perceive ourselves at the center, or we perceive like the perceiver, the center of our experience, spatially, temporally, and in every way, actually. Like, for instance, like how I was talking about memory and so forth, and that like time is this thing that we're imagining ourselves at the center of, or at least experientially at the center of, with the otherness of time increasing with temporal distance away from now. And I mean, like, duh, that's also kind of tautological, what I just said. But also just in terms of like what I've been liking to think of as perspectival space, as in, like I mentioned, how a dog has a much richer sense of smell, and that there's a perspectival space which we necessarily perceive ourselves at the center of. Like me as an individual, every other perceiver that I can imagine, I have to imagine to some extent in terms of myself. So for instance, a person that I'm very close to, and I'm familiar with their way of thinking, and I feel like I understand that person because their way of thinking and experiencing and perceiving the world is similar enough to my own that I feel like we share a reality, that our two realities correspond to a high degree. And then there are other individual humans with which I feel like our realities correspond less. Like either they have a different worldview about the way that reality is. Maybe they have a particular religion that I just I can't take to have any truth to it, or something like that, and they see the way that I think about reality as being mistaken. And then but nonetheless, I would still say that we share many fundamental ways of seeing reality, like our sensory organs are essentially the same. And so, like, reference points like I see a leaf there, they would agree I see a leaf there. Or like I feel the I feel the sense of pressure against the bottoms of my feet when I'm standing, and they would say, yes, I feel that too, or so on and so forth. And then like a chimpanzee is a little farther away, but still I can sense, a chimpanzee has similar sense organisms and probably has a at least somewhat similar conception of things like time and space. But then, like, as I get farther away, and think of like a mosquito, I would have to imagine that a mosquito doesn't have the same conception of time or space. Like, for one, it's has a much shorter lifespan. And I would imagine that it experiences life or time very differently. And then I can think of a tree. Like, for instance, I had the privilege recently of going to the bristlecone pine forests in the eastern Sierras of California, and these bristlecone pines are the oldest known organisms on the earth. Like, some of them are 4,000 years old. A single tree that's been alive for 4,000 years. And but I imagine that a tree has life functions which would correspond to something that I could describe as perception, like that it would have some interiority. This is a long tangent, and forgive me if it's repetitive. But, like, for instance, if our human lifespan, has a certain length and time to it, and we, as perceivers, as humans, don't, by definition, we don't experience that which was before our life and that which is after our life. It is as if my whole reality, temporally, takes place in between my birth and my death. And so in some sense, like, it's as if my whole reality expands to that time. But not actually, because in my actual experience, I'm not experiencing my infancy. I'm not experiencing myself being older than I am. I'm actually only experiencing right now. So in another sense, experientially, this is all that there is in temporally. But what I meant to get at is that our sense of time as humans, like how we experience it, I'm saying is constructed by an interplay between sensation and our more abstract concept of reality, that they both inform each other. And I think there's even scientific experiments showing that even our sensation is greatly impacted by predictive processing and top-down processing from the brain. That is, like, what we even sense is impacted by what we believe about the world. What was I getting at here? What I'm trying to get at is, like, I'm trying to construct like this notion of perspectival space, which, you know, every one of us as observers has a perspective within, and from that perspective there's something like a center and a periphery, just like there is in our visual field. Like, at sort of what I would think of as my periphery of perspectival space, then I think of a virus, a life form like a virus, which it's like I can't even see it. I can't even see it, you know, directly. It's only through a powerful microscope or something that I could see a virus. And there's not even really clear images of viruses. But they're so different from us that they're sort of like this boundary case of like, is it alive or is it just a complicated molecule, like an enzyme? And, you know, forgive me for reusing this concept a lot. It's like beyond the virus, then, you know, then we just have an enzyme or a complicated molecule. But there's not a clear dividing line between that which is alive and that which isn't. And there's not a clear dividing line between something that has perception and something that doesn't. That is, there's not a clear dividing line between something that's an observer and something that's not an observer. And in terms of, and so it becomes actually necessary to think not in terms of just life forms observing things, but rather just interaction. And when you think about it in terms of interaction, then you don't have this dichotomy between a life form and a non-life form, or observer and non-observer, because like, what even is observation, even when it's a type of observation that we're keenly familiar with, that is like human observation, it is actually, in terms of physics, purely interaction. And, you know, we can dissect an observation, a human type observation, down to any degree using physics and describing it as an interaction. You know, it's like electromagnetic radiation moving through space and then bouncing off of a rock or whatever, and then hitting our eyes with a certain frequency to it. And then our eye transmogrifying that electromagnetic radiation into nerve impulses that are then, you know, decoded inside the brain and then put into relation with a bunch of other nervous signals. It's all essentially interaction. And then when you think of, so like at a human level, that's where we are imagining interaction to be at its most complex. You know, it's not a coincidence that the piece of matter that we regard with all our quantitative measures of complexity is the human brain. You know, people would say like, oh, the human brain has more neurons in it than stars in the galaxy or something like that. And so like in any quantitative measure we have of complexity, for a chunk of matter, the human brain wins. And is it any coincidence that it is the thing that does the thinking about these things? It's a type of it's a type of anthrocentrism, but that's too judgmental of a word and too politicized a word. It's actually just has to do with being necessarily centered in perspectival space. And then, the way that a human like you and I would perceive another type of observer, and well, for example, a virus is one that we think of as much simpler, much less complex, but it's maybe a useful example as being this fuzzy line between an observer that's a life form and just a form of interaction. And because you can describe a virus purely in terms of chemical reactions, and then you can think of an enzyme as just a molecule having chemical reactions, and then you can think of molecules as just having interactions and atoms and so forth, and then subatomic particles as simply interacting with each other, and thus you can draw the continuity between the interaction between something like subatomic particles and the observation that that is what we refer to as experience, or rather what we experience as experience. That there's a continuity between the two. They are, I'm saying, fundamentally the same. But this was all to get at this other idea of like imagining a universe before there was life to observe it. That becomes an incorrect framing of the situation, because like as we perceive the evolution of life as just a complexification of interaction, it's like there has always been interaction as long as there has been anything at all. And I would say that definitionally, without any interaction, there is nothing at all. But supposedly one could imagine, a universe existing that doesn't have motion or matter existing without interacting. But I actually can't realistically imagine matter existing without interaction, and I think that any rigorous scientific view of reality would agree at this point that matter in a sense is constituted by interaction. But now I have to like admit to you that this picture of perspectival space that I have been conjuring and all its attendant concepts such as complexity and the relative levels of complexity versus simplicity are all, in a sense, relative, as in, it's not that the human brain, for instance, is fundamentally more complex than a rock or something like that. It's actually that even the rock is not something that fundamentally exists outside of the human conception of the rock, or another observer's conception of the rock, for that matter. For even this idea of complexity, and it's like a measure, right? It's the notion of complexity as a measure of how complex something is versus simple, and it doesn't. Like my notion of myself being complex is dependent on my notion of something else being more complex or less complex. But when you apply complexity to the subjective realm, to experience, it's important to realize that all of the comparisons all of the possible other degrees of complexity are extrapolations from your own experience. What's a better way to say this? Like, for instance, like there's a group of minnows in front of me right now, and if I can try to imagine the subjectivity of a minnow, but I can only imagine it based upon like my own human conceptions of reality, like, and which is necessarily a type of abstraction out of my own experience. So I know that minnow is much smaller, thousands of times smaller than me, has a much shorter lifespan, is comprised of less matter. And so, like, in my imagination of what the minnows experience, I imagine something that's simpler, right? I imagine that, it doesn't have this complex abstract thought and rich emotions, but it probably has some just more basic, simple, like fish emotions and fish sensations, and driven by biological urges and so on and so forth. But I realized that while it's almost inevitable that I imagine that experience as being simple, that I know that my conception of an experience being simple is it's actually better thought of as just being removed from myself in perspectival space. And maybe another way to illustrate that is like, if I'm thinking of the minnow's experience, it obviously is not thinking of itself as simple in comparison to me. If I think of a minnow's experience, like, well, for one, it values its own life more than it values me, So it's like it swims away from me if I go towards it. It does everything that it can to preserve its own life and procreate, because it is at the center of its own perspectival space. And when a minnow is perceiving, let's say, a human, I don't think the minnow is thinking, oh, that's a more complex being than I am, just because it's larger. I think like what a minnow perceives a human as is like a threat, or something that's like that's less minnow-like than itself, or even if it and it probably has its own kind of hierarchy of minnowness, of minnow complexity. Like it sees another species of fish, and it can react in a sense like, oh, that fish is kind of like me but kind of different. And then maybe it sees like a frog or something, and that's even more different. And then a human that's even more different. So it's like if like the minnow's measure of complexity would necessarily have its apex in minnowness. You know what I'm saying? Because just like it's not really a giant coincidence that the present moment happens to be while you're alive, or that the present time and space that we're at happens to be while human race is alive on Earth. Like, as we demonstrated, that's not a coincidence. It's a result of the anthropic principle. But that also applies to, it's not merely coincidence that we just got so lucky that we happen to be the most intelligent species that we know of in the universe, Like, how lucky are we? Like you and I, we just happen to be the most intelligent species that we know of on Earth. And then, even when we imagine in science fiction aliens, or we imagine a superior race, we're just imagining like an intensification of human values and complexities, or an intensification of human aspects. And like, I think there's like, good reasons to doubt this. Like what? Like maybe one sense, it's like, well, you're obviously more complex than a minnow because you're larger than it, and so you have more molecules, and you can have more neurons, and therefore a more complex experience. But then you'd have to say, well, there's other animals that are larger than us and have much larger brains. Like I don't like, elephants are a lot larger than us. I don't know how big their brain is, but like, I think that whales have larger brains than humans. By a lot, I believe. But then we would pass that off and be like, oh yeah, well, they don't have, abstract thought or whatever. But it's just like all of these measures are necessarily centered in human qualities. All of these measures of complexity are necessarily like based on what we are able to perceive as complexity, you know? And I'm not like accusing us of being like bad bigots in a sense, like maybe we are, but it's almost naturally the case that is, because like if there is, you know, hypothetically like a greater degree of complexity than human experience, we necessarily can't perceive it because we are limited to perceiving reality in a way that is isomorphic to our subjectivity. That we can only perceive reality in the shape that is isomorphic of the shape of our experience, or the shape of our sensation and conception. Like the shape of our experience is the shape of reality. But like what I'm trying to kind of convey is that you know, from any perspective in perspectival space, there is no like different level of complexity, because complexity itself is an artifact of every particular perspective, you know? Like the minnow is not like, oh, I'm having a diminished experience of life because I'm just a minnow and I'm not a human, or something like that. It's obviously not thinking something like that. And then similarly, like the virus is not having the experience of having a life that's diminished in complexity because it's a virus. I'm saying it's something like experience expands to fill the vessel, or something like that. The complexity of experience expands to fill, you know, the subjectivity. And there's not like this absence of complex subjectivity anywhere. Like to the extent that it's absent, it's so absent that it's not there to register its own absence. And that's not a problem. Because whatever subjectivity does exist at any point in perspectival space constitutes all of phenomenal reality, constitutes all of experienced reality. But remember that in order to constitute a point in perspectival space, all that's needed is interaction. And so that could be an interaction between subatomic particles. And then also remember that this doesn't, just be vigilant not to make any mistake of anthropomorphization, even though it's an almost inevitable mistake that we will make, simply owing to our centeredness, our perceived centeredness in perspectival space, that in imagining any other subjectivity, we are necessarily anthropocentric in our conception of it. But then we also have to realize that there are forms of subjectivity that are so different from ours that we can't conceive of them at all, and that even this notion of subjectivity itself would not exist in those. Subjectivity, I'm saying, like, obviously this is a concept now that I'm using, and I guess I'm probably going to continue just using it for the sake of the argument, even though this argument, like, in some sense keeps undermining itself when you get to the point where, okay, the notion of subjectivity versus objectivity, in my conception of subatomic particles interacting, is fuzzy and fades out, and there's not such a distinction in those interactions. I mean, in my necessarily anthropocentric conception of what the interiority of those interactions are. But interestingly, interestingly, like, even these conceptions of what interiority are don't even really hold in my own experience when I investigate them. Kind of like with these examples of where I'm observing my sensory perceptions and realizing the interdependency between the sensation and conception, and defining them in even constituting something that's experienced, like a rock or a brick or something, like, or in memory. I think it's like, I think that in some sense, like, it's been shown that it is even much more difficult to form memories of something that does not agree with your worldview of how reality is. And for example, it's like when you're dreaming, and when you're dreaming, you can be having an experience that would completely conflict with physics, would completely conflict with, like, the most fundamental seeming aspects and laws of reality, such as even, like, I don't know, object continuity, like that. And I can remember, so I can, and then that's why you can't actually accurately remember dreams a lot of the time. And I can remember having this experience of, like, multiple times of, I'm having a dream, and then maybe somewhere in there I realize that I'm dreaming, and the realization of that I'm dreaming constitutes a sort of transition to something more akin to my waking reality. That is, like, okay, I've situated this dream reality in relation to what I'm referring to as the more real reality, which is my waking life. I mean, prior to realizing it was a dream, the dream actually constituted reality before I questioned it, But I can remember having the experience of, like, feeling myself wake up from a dream, and knowing that it will be impossible for me to remember this dream in any accurate sense, because it's a completely different type of reality that is not even representable like in my waking reality. For example, like and that all I have, the memories simply constitute like a type of representation or translation of that reality onto this reality. For example, it's like I can remember a dream where it's like I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a character in the movie, but then I'm in the movie, then I am the character in the movie, but I have the sense that actually those two things didn't occur like sequentially in time. They were in some way like simultaneous or something, but not exactly simultaneous, because like the same laws even of like identification or subject object duality didn't exist the same way. Like as if I could be an animal and a human, but without having undergone a change that in our reality would be necessary, like a transformation that would be necessary to, you would necessarily have to change to be at one point human and at one point a different animal. But it was like it's as if I was both, but without having transformed. And then so I remember myself waking up and then like being in this transition state and being like, well, I'm going to try hard to remember this, but I know that at best what I remember is going to be simply a rough translation. That it'll be something that's simply like kind of poetic, or it'll be kind of a new creation that represents what the reality of this dream actually was. But also, another thing to think about is that like you can be dreaming and in retrospect, when you remember a dream, it's like there are aspects of reality that just completely contradict your waking life. Like that there's things that are simply given in that reality that are simply impossible. Like you're let's say you're interacting with like someone who you knew who passed away. Like I've had dreams where I'm hanging out with a friend who in waking life died years ago, but I'm hanging out with them, and then this is this alternate reality that unless I begin to question its reality, constitutes reality. It experientially, like this is an alternate reality that within it there's no conflicts. Within it, it's experientially just as real and just as complex as anything else. But it's only when I am removed from it, from a distance, that I would say something like, that dream was less real than this reality is, that it was false in some way. Or that it's fake and it's not as real as this one. Even though I can clearly remember that in the time of being in the dream, that was my reality. And so then, like, you can logically also imply that there's nothing to say that necessarily the reality that we experience now couldn't in the future be viewed from some other perspective as being in some way false or delusional or or not as real. And in some ways, that's actually what always happens. Like, if I think of my past self as a kid, it's kind of like, well, I was a kid and I didn't know as much as I know now, and so my reality was necessarily simpler, because I just wasn't as smart. I didn't understand as much of reality. But then, like, when you're a kid, it's not like you're not like having that experience of, oh, I feel I'm so dumb. Like, I mean, maybe sometimes you feel dumb, but that's not your lived experience of, like, oh, it's not like as a kid you subjectively feel like a diminished version of an adult. No, it's pretty much the opposite. You feel like you experience the adults to some extent as like diminished versions of yourself. Like, why don't these people like enjoy running around and screaming and throwing stuff at each other as much as I do? Like, why don't these adults like want to have squirt gun fights as much as I do? Like, why don't these people enjoy candy? What's wrong with them? These poor adults. They're really missing out on the richness of life. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe that's a good example. Like I don't think you would say that like a kid's experience is less rich or less complex than an adult's, but by certain metrics, like from adult logic, you're like, well, a kid, doesn't understand these complex ways that the world works and so on and so forth. And then by kid logic, well, it's like, well, yeah, adults don't like really know about fun. So I'm kind of trying to make this bridge between, that type of difference, and then the difference between a human and an animal experience, and then an animal and a plant experience, and then like an animal and a virus experience, and then like a life form and an inorganic type of interaction. That from any perspective in perspectival space, the lines are drawn differently. I mean, to such a great extent that there's parts where you wouldn't even necessarily refer to it as a perspective in the way that we know it. I mean, in fact, like, it would have to follow that there are a far greater variety of perspectives that we can't even begin to conceive of than the ones that we can sort of begin to imagine. And it's like it's so complex that like I would say that there's like so many different lines, so many different points that it's not pointillistic but continuous. Like you know, I'm kind of representing this in my mind as like a three-dimensional web, but of course that's just a representation that can be, that I can make some sense of. But in reality, there'd be more dimensions and so many webs that it's like just a solid block or something like that. So it's as if I'm trying to like concoct a type of representation of reality, or I don't know, a type of mental map of reality, which includes the reality of like an infinite number of other shapes of reality. But there exists kind of tautologically, for any perspective, a limitation on the shape of reality. That perspective is definitionally a limited type of contraction in a more boundless space, and that like from this vantage point we can kind of imagine all these other vantage points intersecting with each other, or sometimes not even intersecting with each other. But more truthfully, I it's like the space itself is continuous. Not atomized. In the sense that, to me, even just philosophically, the implications of atoms in the metaphysical sense, they could be atoms of matter or of consciousness, or of anything, atoms of anything. Like, not just in the modern physics sense, but in the philosophical sense of an atomistic worldview. To me, the atom implies a substrate that's continuous. Like, because I can't even conceive of an atom of anything without there being a substrate of in my mind's eye, like a physical space, but it could be other types of space. It could be temporal space, or even conceptual, like mental space, or logical space, or mathematical space. I don't know. Maybe this is probably a whole field that I'm not qualified to make assertions about. I might be missing something, but it kind of seems to me anytime that one talks about points, that there's a substrate that's implied. But then maybe there's an inverse of that, of if one points to any, is it also the case that anytime one talks about a continuous expanse, that there must be points implied? I feel like not necessarily, because like it seems like you can posit something like an infinite expanse of space without necessarily positing points in that space. I think so. At least in terms of like what I can imagine, or at least in terms of what I can conceive of. Even though at the same time I recognize that even my conception of space is probably a type of extrapolated abstraction from my experience of discrete units in space, or self and other locations. it kind of seems like the way that I'm kind of describing this potential representation of reality, and I would assert that any understanding of reality or theory of reality is necessarily just that, a representation or a map or a reduction, just because even knowing or understanding itself means reducing reality to something that is sensible to the subject, to the knower, and is necessarily not the full complexity of reality, is necessarily a limitation, and is necessarily, I think this implies that this is necessarily one out of an infinite number of potential representations of reality that are equally valid or invalid. However, this particular set of ideas strikes me as relevant to me, as in it seems to like synthesize and correspond with many other concepts and sets of concepts and understandings of reality that I have encountered or that make sense to me. As in, I know that it is necessarily limited, but it's in a way relevant. But also, as maybe you get the sense of, the more that I actually follow the logic and the implications of the things that I'm saying, the more that it kind of continually tends towards a dissipation of its own logic, or that it almost implies its own irrelevance. In the same token that it can explain anything or has any explanatory power, it is kind of like devaluing explanation itself. You know what I mean? And that I'm like trying to make a picture using examples, and with those examples hopefully contributing to a more abstract idea that can be applied elsewhere, or that is sensible to you as a listener, or that might have some correspondence with your view of reality. I hope. But then it's like with each description that I say, I become increasingly aware of the limitations of the premises that each description is based on. Let me try to think of an example. Like when I'm saying, like, when I'm just kind of describing my centeredness in perspectival space, it's immediately kind of contradictory, because I'm acknowledging that I am always perceiving myself as at the center, even though there is no center. That it's the perceiving itself that creates the center, or that creates the center of my particular perspectival space. But that there is no center, or that every point is the center, actually, which does not even make sense as a model of space that I can, clearly perceive. I can abstractly posit that and then marvel at the incongruity between what I'm logically positing and what seems to be the more intuitive experience. Like to say that every point of reality is the center. And that's basically what I'm saying about perspectives, about observers, about interaction. That every point is the center. And like, I was kind of trying to illustrate that in terms of this notion of complexity and relative complexity, that every point is the apex of complexity from the subjective point of view, like the subjective side of interaction. When I say subjective, I know that what's probably kind of evoked is the subjective side of a living being's experience as modeled from our human experience. But what I actually mean by the subjective side is that side of any interaction, even whether it be just between two subatomic particles or between two types of entity that we don't even have the capacity to conceive of. Or two types of entities that effectively don't even exist in our reality, but that exist in another point in perspectival space. or the way that like I'm illustrating examples of types of observers by suggesting what perceptual lines of distinction they might have, while all the while being totally skeptical of lines of distinction in any experience other than as a kind of a transitory illusion. As in, like, even when you and I spend time observing things about our own experience, like as directly as we can, about our sensation or about our conceptions of reality. If you're anything like me, then when you actually look closely at the distinctions, you find that they're become fuzzy to the point of dissipating. But it's only from certain lines of distinction that we can base these other abstractions off of. That these other abstractions that may be effective at contributing to like a relevant seeming model of reality, or it's like putting forth examples and ideas and abstractions that maybe lie at a perpendicular angle towards the other lines of reality that I might have previously been holding in my mind. To create kind of a conceptual cross current to the way we commonly experience reality, in order to at least just make apparent the possibility of all these other potential ways of experiencing reality. But then it's like we don't have to be afraid of limitations in our thought. It's like, I think thoughts themselves are limitations. Thoughts themselves are constituted by distinctions, and there's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, it's couldn't be otherwise. But I think that by kind of like mentally constructing various models of reality that differ, then I would say, like, the more diffuse and continuous space of reality, whether that be objective or subjective, or the absence of distinction between the two, can become implied, or can become kind of sensed indirectly by the awareness of something coming out of space that you didn't perceive before, or just like cognitively, like an idea that appears as new, or as connecting two dots that didn't have a line between them before. So this line of thought is traversing through space that was previously thought to be empty, so much so that it wasn't even experienced as space, as mental space that, you know, even could be inhabited, becomes made aware of. So on one hand, I wanna say that, like, this way of thinking seems so kind of like vastly applicable to my experience, and so adaptable and robust in a sense. But it's not really like that, because, like, it's not even ultimately even a way of thinking. It's just like a particular intersection of distinctions that are being made, that is maybe ideally pointed outward on the potentiality for an infinite number of distinctions proliferating into a type of continuity that would constitute the kind of primordial space of absence of distinction, where you could either think of as unity or as emptiness, because of the absence of the implicit absence of interaction, even though, like, as we say, it doesn't exist if there's no interaction, and we would be right to say so. And I feel this, like, that's kind of to say that I feel a loosening action coming from this, a loosening action on my thinking and on my experience, even if, like, and I say that perceiving, let's say, the past 2 hours or so being relative to this loosening action as being methodical in a way, to some extent. Methodical and measured, and having continuity and consistency to some extent. But with the implications there of, like, the logical implications of everything that I'm saying, kind of continuing into an illogic, or like a necessary absence of logic, or it's a necessary inverse of logic. With the methodically derived conclusions implying not a non-methodical state of inconclusiveness, of deep inconclusivity. Now I can describe this action of thought from the perspective of an interior consistency, namely saying that from my point of view, the conclusions, or maybe better to say implications of all the things that I have been saying, which have been supported to some extent, I would say, with observation of experience and a lot of careful consideration for other hegemonic views of reality. I don't say hegemonic with any kind of derision. That the implications are consistent with something like an absence of knowledge or state of unknowing, or movement into unknowing, or movement in unknowingness, or movement through it and through illogical mind space. That's from a point of view of an interior logic moving into illogic. And then before I become completely illogical to the point of totally incomprehensible, I could conversely start to describe this action from sort of like a third-person mechanistic, biological, neurological, physiological standpoint, and like posit, well, maybe it's actually the case that my subjective experience of relative clarity and methodical thinking and logical continuity and consistency of the previous 2 hours were afforded by physiological factors of all my biological needs being very well met, my body and mind functioning relatively well, in a manner that afforded a decent amount of working memory to like hold all these ideas in close by in mind space and be able to like relate them to each other with relatively well. And that now maybe what I am beginning to experience, which I just previously described as interiorly, subjectively, beginning to edge into a space of like mental decoherence, and which I described earlier as being totally consistent with its opposite, totally consistent with the implications of the relatively methodical and logical movements of mind of the previous duration of time, and the kind of metaphysical ideas contained therein, implying a breakdown of distinctions and a permeability of the distinctions which typically constitute my lines of thought. So, implying this like movement into a less logical subjective state, or more, in a sense, like dissipated or something subjective state. Although, like, I hesitate to call it dissipative, as long as I still can say that I'm experiencing anything, but maybe it's possible to describe this as a relative sense of dissipation. But at the same time, I'm kind of hearing myself speak with, real syntax in the English language, and sentences that are in principle comprehensible. I hear myself speaking in a way that's in principle legible, although like whether I comprehensively could be said to understand it myself seems to be more in question. This was a long tangent, but I was going to say that, like, it seems an option to also attribute this subjective experience to the third person perspective of maybe I'm becoming physiologically tired, just like, maybe my brain is getting metabolically fatigued from this particular activity. And perhaps it therefore has a lower working memory capacity, and so in that sense, a diminished sense of like an overall comprehensive understanding of something. But although, I mean, honestly, I don't think that I felt that way to begin with. I don't think that at any point I'd felt as if I comprehensively understood anything. In fact, I would more like report my experience as being that of a transitory one, of moving through conceptual space, or even like the notion of understanding or knowledge being transitory, or of movement through perspectival space, if you want. We could use that again. Even thinking itself as movement through perspectival space. So this type of, this particular physiological type of third-person objectivist framing of this situation seems like it would be maybe like a default type of position that ordinarily I would be tempted to adopt. Just to say that, to say something like, oh, I'm getting tired of this, or I'm tired of thinking out loud like this, or I'm getting thirsty or hot or something, and this is like diminishing my ability to think or something. But even though I recognize the potential for that perspective it doesn't, at least at this point, it is not really holding water for me as being any kind of end-all, be-all, or superiorly relevant framing of reality. Just for the reasons that I just listed. That is like the reason that the reason that like even the way that I am speaking and evidently thinking now doesn't seem like diminished. It doesn't seem like any kind of diminished version of the way that I was thinking or speaking earlier. And I could say that there's some degree of difference between now and how I represent the previous part of this episode of Walking and Talking. Some degree of difference. But it's not like there's appearing to me any kind of contradiction between the things that I was saying earlier and the things that I'm saying now, or any kind of break in continuity between that reality and this reality, or any kind of like less or more richness, I wouldn't say. It's like, you know, this is my experience, and it's as full as experience can be. And I'm almost want to say that like this idea of fullness as a measure of experience, I think is I feel like it's kind of moot, because everything that is in your everything that is a aspect of your experience or part of your experience or content of your experience constitutes all of your experience, and nothing that's outside of your experience is experienced. And so it's like there you can't experience a relative difference in fullness, or like you can't have an experience that's more full or less full than another experience. I mean, sure, you can feel varying degrees of happy or sad, or, you know, alert, alive, enthusiastic versus feeling torpid and asleep or something. But these are qualitative aspects of experience which don't constitute any difference in something like fullness or richness, I would say. Or if you want to have a different definition of richness or fullness in terms of experience, that's all fine and good, but I think that experience itself is not something that can be measured with a size or a quantity. I think that experience cannot be measured quantitatively. And when I say experience here, you have to realize I'm talking about just the subjective side of reality, of any interaction. That subjectivity itself as a phenomenon is not quantifiable. It's only in objectivist, reductive representations of reality, and it's only in third-person representations of reality that anything can be quantified. But I'm to return to like saying something about experience now, which it's kind of interesting to note myself talking about a return to experience now, because yeah, in a sense, experience is only now, or you could say that now is synonymous with experience, or that now is the temporal aspect of subjectivity. And you could say that here is the spatial aspect of subjectivity, and that there is the spatial aspect, is like the spatial aspect of like the objective, or the non-self, or whatever. But I would say that like that something about the way that I'm speaking is beginning to feel like slightly anemic, or slightly more fragmented. But I don't want to judge it that harshly, because I think that this like experience of like slightly more fragmented or halting type of speaking or thoughts is due to my experience of the definitions of the words that I'm saying becoming increasingly transparent, as in the conditionality of every word that I'm saying, the actual indefiniteness of the words that I'm using is becoming increasingly apparent to me. And that I think that that indefinite feeling, that indefinite experience of each word that I'm saying owes to a relative dissipation of the more overarching conceptual framework of what I'm thinking about and what I'm talking about. And this relative dissipation of the overarching framework of what I'm thinking and talking about, in my experience, is a type of dissipation that follows from the very defined and specific things that I have been thinking and talking about. Or another way to put this might be that in some way it could be interpreted that everything that I've been proposing about reality implies ignorance, or implies the depth of our ignorance as observers. Or, I mean, and of course this ignorance has a tinge of judgment to it, and so I to try and say it in a less judgmental way, or a more morally or value neutral way, is just to say that everything that I've been talking about implies the necessarily limited nature of our perspective. and that now what's following is maybe like could be thought of as an enactment or actualization of this ignorance, or a in some sense more immediately felt ignorance or limitation, feeling like my thinking even is relatively limited. Well, it's like the limitation of my thinking being strongly implied by everything that I was thinking. And as we progress, that limitation, like acting on itself more and more, or becoming in a more obvious way that which it's describing. If that makes any sense to you. That this is in some sense, to some extent, becoming what it's been describing. Or becoming, starting to become more like the negative space that has been implied by the positive lines of thought. That the distinct lines of thought have continuously been implying, being signifying things other than itself, or an abstract space other than itself, and in some sense, I could think of this as beginning to inhabit that which was implied earlier, that is something like a more continuous nature of thought, or more dissipative, or more connected type of thought. And by connected, I mean it's like not like it feels more clear or more articulate or easier to comprehend. It's more like it's more like a dissolution of the illusion of having ever comprehended anything. Or you could say it's like comprehension consists of the edges of something, but it's not the thing. It's the edges. And then when you examine edges metaphysically, you can't proclaim an edge to exist in any inherent or fundamental way. Like the existence, like if an edge between the water and the air can be said to exist, then you have to ask this metaphysical question of like, okay, what is the edge? It's logically, the edge is not water, and the edge is not air, and it's not even a space between water and the air. It's actually nothing. And then if it's nothing, then it doesn't exist. And so I'm suggesting that knowing and thinking are like edges that do not exist, that that kind of like permeate reality, but are never a reality. And then, but in some sense are like constantly implying their reality in the same sense that the edge between the water and the air is a type of nothing that implies the water and implies the air. Or in a sense that if you didn't have that edge, then you would have neither water nor air. You know what I'm saying? Like if water had no edge, then it wouldn't exist in such, in the way that, like, I'm actually looking at a fish right now in the water, and like, you know, the idea that a fish doesn't know what water is because that's what it lives in constantly. But you might say that a fish can know water to the extent that it can know being out of water. And that being out of water is a vastly different experience than being in the water. And that in knowing the distinction between being in the water and in the air, the fish can then potentially know water, and for that matter can know air as the thing you don't want to be in most of the time. If you're a fish. And so, like, the continuous expanse of reality or unity, or effectively the same thing as nothing or emptiness in this conception of it, can only be known insofar as we perceive a distinction between, for instance, something and nothing, or form and emptiness, or self and other, or now and not now, or here and there. Or even distinctions like possible or impossible, or distinctions like real or not real. So it's kind of as if I feel relatively more proximitous to this continuous type of space where either everything is or nothing is, depending on how you look at it. I feel relatively more proximitous to it. Of course, I can't actually be said to experience it or even to embody it or anything like that, because it can only kind of be known indirectly via distinctions, via dichotomies, via dualities. And so in that sense, like, I'm hearing myself speak all these sentences that at least seem to make sense as sentences. They are logically complete sentences. I mean, at least just they're, for the most part, syntactically and grammatically valid sentences, whether or not they're true or untrue. They're at least valid sentences for the most part. But it's as if these sentences are the distinctions in continuous space, that they are the lines dividing space. The thoughts are the lines dividing reality up and effectively constituting reality insofar as it can seem to be known. But actually, it's like I'm experiencing myself not knowing reality. If that makes any sense. Or it's almost as if I could say that I'm experiencing myself not experience. In the sense that I feel aware that everything that I take to be an aspect of my experience or content of my experience, either way, is kind of A, a reduction, and B, dependent, like continually dependent on some other peripherally apprehended phenomenon that isn't there when you actually look at it. That is to say that even what I take to be experience itself shows more characteristics of the self-exciting reality that, like, John Wheeler would talk about. That it's self-exciting, and that it's like a big nothing that has kind of twisted itself up into a knot to the extent that it kind of appears to have substance when you just look at one part of it, and you can only necessarily look at one part of it or a few parts of it. It's not possible to see all of it at once, and if you could see all of it at once, you would see nothing. And you can't see nothing. And so you can't see it all. And so necessarily you seem to see a part. But you only seem to see a part. It only seems. But then it only seems to seem, even. And I wouldn't be even thinking things like this. I don't think, or if I weren't kind of willfully placing this restriction upon myself, if I weren't kind of like compelling myself to talk for 4 hours straight. Like if I didn't place this, if I didn't self-impose this framework on myself and compel myself to keep talking for such a long period of time, and additionally for the talking to be publicly available to you, to other people, thereby at least implicitly holding myself accountable to standards of legibility, that in principle those who understand the English language can understand something of this. And I'm kind of implicitly placing at least that standard on myself when I'm doing this. I don't think that I would really be forming these types of thoughts in the same way, because the forming of them is also very tied up with the speaking of them. And it seems like making the process of thinking and speaking public in this way, or audible in this way, to someone to have to at least to be encouraged to communicate something, is largely responsible for thinking this way. It's a constitutive factor of my experience right now. It's even you could say like this episode of Walking and Talking like constitutes a type of perspective in perspectival space, or a cordoned off section of perspectival space. It may not necessarily reside in exactly one perspective, not one point, but at least some kind of cluster of points that are similar to each other, or, depending on how you want to think about it, a space within perspectival space that has some amount of continuity to it, or an extent. That this episode of Walking and Talking could be thought of as an extent within perspectival space. Which is, in a sense, like constituted by the framework, the framework of walking and talking for 4 hours and uploading it. And having some kind of knowledge that you are hearing it. So in some way you are one part of constituting this. But then, in a much deeper way, of course, there is your experience, or your perspective, your chunk of perspectival space that you might have some degree of wiggle room in. It's like, as much as I seem to keep apprehending little glimpses of a sort of vastness that might be implied by all these things, I constantly am collapsing into my limited perspective, my human perspective, and my individual person perspective. It's constant. It's like, in as much as it implies something outward, it keeps it continuously collapses, just because it can only there can only be a perspective. But it's it also seems like a perspective is necessarily constituted by other perspectives. You know what I mean? Like, in many ways of speaking. Like, for instance, I know that absolutely everything that I can possibly think is dependent on the input of other thought, or the input of other experience. And the verbal types of thoughts that I have, I am pretty sure are chiefly dependent on other verbal types of thoughts that have entered my mind. That is coming from other perspectives that are themselves, of course, dependent on yet other perspectives. So I don't think that there's like one origin point other than the limit that outside of which is nothing. Like that, in a sense, like all this intersubjective reality, this multi-perspectival universe, is in fact all self-excitatory and interdependent, and what's a better word though? Like, that if you do add all the perspectives together, you end up with a zero sum or a unity. But like now, it's almost as if I experience myself like converging mentally on something that's so tautological that it need not be said. It bears no motivation. It bears no, like, a tautology that doesn't compel itself to be said at all, because there is no purpose in saying it, because even purpose itself is relative, and purpose as a concept does not apply when you get to the realm of everything, of reality. That for purpose there must be a purpose for something towards something else. So purpose has to do purpose applies when there's duality and multiplicity. That is, a perceiver has purpose within a world, or the world may, aspects of the world have purpose with regard to each other, or potentially to itself as a whole. But the world in itself is something to which the word purpose has no meaning, has no relevance. think I'm going to start walking. I've been standing in mostly the same place this whole time, which has been, now this is another type of external way of interpreting the way that I've been thinking. Along several factors. For one, could it be the case that when I'm just standing still, the spatial aspects of my environment become even less relevant to me, and therefore that affords me to exist even more in an abstract space. And similarly, noting that I have had many experiences in which it seems like a geographical or spatial aspects of where and how I'm walking often seem to have these correspondences with how I am thinking. For instance, if I am walking uphill, the process of thinking feels like work and like more arduous than if I'm walking on a level ground, and the process of thinking feels more neutral. And then sometimes if I'm walking down a hill, the process of thinking feels like effortless and like it is moving along on its own momentum, like a bowling ball going down a mountain, like Paul McCarthy's mountain bowling. And then similarly, like sometimes I've been walking and I inadvertently make a large loop in the trail where I'm walking, and then I find that mentally I've totally cycled back to the same line of thought that I was when I was in that same place earlier. I'm thinking the same thought, but it's not like I was conscious of being like reminded of that thought when I walked back there. Like this, like the cycling back to the same train of thought occurred totally unconsciously of me, you know, like I was totally unconscious of my train of thought cycling back onto itself until I realized it post facto. Like I realized post facto that I'm thinking the same thing basically that I was when I was walking in the same spot earlier, but there's no break in continuity between any of my thoughts. Like when I was going around that circle, like my train of thought had continuity, and it just made a big loop and looped back on itself. And other examples, like being in a place where the trail is not well marked, or there's multiple trails that I'm not familiar with, and so I am less oriented spatially, geographically, then I will feel less oriented cognitively in even in the sea of concepts that I'm swimming about in. So when I was standing in the same place for hours as I just was, now I'm wondering if, like, just something about the remaining in the same place contributed to an ability to like stay relatively with the same general concept or web of concepts, and continue to like build a lot of connections between its various aspects and iterations, and to build this kind of web of concepts that are so interrelated that they almost become a block, almost become a solid block of thought. Wow, that's an interesting idea. If if a thought is a line, which is very much how I am kind of visualizing a thought in my mind as being a line, which is an edge or a boundary or a distinction, and you stay in one realm of conceptual space and draw all these lines connecting to each other, all these points interconnected by a web of lines of thoughts, and staying within the same restricted realm of conceptual space, and building it up long enough that it almost starts to resemble a solid block of lines of thought in which you can move about with such a feeling of continuity, like in any direction. However, I do think it's, of course, necessarily limited in extent in the total, within the total space of possible thought. And like, that's an interesting choice to make. One that I make often. For instance, this walking and talking is, it is a limitation that I'm placing on my activity, a limitation that I'm placing on the ways that I'm able to think, because of this requirement of continual talking that is public. It's a type of boundary that I'm temporarily residing within, the larger possible space of, within the larger perspectival space, you know? I mean, I guess I'm, maybe I shouldn't call it perspectival space, because then it'll be confused with the total intersubjective perspectival space. But I mean my total subjective space of cognitive possibilities. So willfully remaining in one subset of that space that is bounded long enough to build a dense web of thought, in which finally becomes more and more, gives more and more degrees of freedom, at least within itself, at least for the time being in which you remain within it. Whether it has any affect on the space outside of it, I don't know. I can't say for certain. I can't say for certain. But I guess I would say that fairly consistently, I emerge from this space onto the rest of life feeling very refreshed, and I relish then all these other aspects of life that maybe otherwise might seem kind of odious or mundane, like doing the dishes or cooking food or flossing my teeth or doing my stretches or whatever it be. Figuring out how to make money. By the way, you can help in that regard now by subscribing at Patreon, and I am actually reorganizing how I do Patreon now, as in as you may have noticed, I have finally pulled the trigger and have paywalled some episodes of Walking and Talking. Not this one. This one is free for everybody, but the previous episode is only available to the Patreon subscribers, and that's either you can access it through the site and listen from Patreon, or you can there's a that's where you can play the YouTube video or play the audio file, or once you're a subscriber you can you can get a private RSS feed in your favorite podcast app, and that way every time I release a patron-only episode of Walking and Talking, it will show up in your podcast feed on whatever app you use. There might be some apps that aren't compatible. However, I'm doing this just to help myself at least recoup some of the small expense that I expend to do this thing, and hopefully, make a small amount of money that would enable me to dedicate more of my time to doing this and related activities. And it helps me not only financially but also motivationally to know that if there is a person out there who gets something out of this, whatever that may be, that they value enough to actually support it, then it makes me feel a little less insane for doing this type of activity, which honestly a lot of the time when I'm not, inside of this conceptual space, when I'm looking at it from outside, then it seems a little insane to me and impractical, and in the same sense that we could explain this in terms of perspectival space. Like when I remain within this space of actually walking and talking in this moment, actively doing it, that it's a little mini universe that self-excites and creates its own type of meaning for me. And then as I infer from some people's response to it sometimes that there is an actual viewership, that some of this meaning does actually communicate to listeners and viewers. However, oftentimes when I'm outside of this space, that is, I'm just doing quote-unquote normal life things, it is to one degree or another can be challenging to understand the motivation for myself to keep doing it, or challenging to understand the type of value that it might have, or challenging to understand the actual experiential richness to use a term that I denounced earlier, from outside of it. You know what I mean? And so what I am trying to do, I think, by monetizing it a little bit, that is, paywalling some of the episodes, is to create a little bit more of a bridge between this reality and the external reality, or this perspectival space of thought, this kind of cognitive container, and the one which seems in which pragmatic things occur. You know what I mean? And I am genuinely hoping that this transaction will be mutually rewarding, and I do actually endeavor to make it a rewarding thing for somebody to subscribe for $5 or $10 or whatever. My goal is that they don't feel that that's a waste of their money, but conversely, that they feel like it's well worth it. And so I am in the process of shifting around the tiers in that system and thinking about what types of artificial scarcity to create, because paywalling things on the internet definitionally means like you're creating artificial scarcity when theoretically you could just give it all away for free, which is what I've been doing for years. But one of the things that I'm going to do later this month is a live chat that we're going to frame as talking about nothing. And so everybody, currently I have it, I don't know. Everybody at that tier, I'm not totally sure which tier it's going to be at right now, is welcome to join the live chat. Maybe it'll be on Zoom. And we'll at least attempt to do what the title is and talk about nothing. So that if that interests you, try it out. I think I'm calling it right now the something for nothing tier, because I also recognize the total hypocrisy of monetizing any of this stuff, and that it seems like I'm like my main goal is like vitiating and destroying the types of distinction that would have people pay money for something. You know what I mean? I'm not doing the best at articulating it, but I think you might know what I mean. That there's one side of me that says, you should. It will actually like enable you to do this in a more focused way if you make a little bit of money from it. And then the other part of me that's like, this is actually a type of deception in a way, to the extent that I'm implying that you're getting anything, because what I'm selling is essentially nothing. What I'm selling at its base is something that you already have all the time. And I am suspect of a lot of transactional life, in that I feel like sometimes it's, or maybe even often it's the case, that that which somebody has sequestered and then is selling to you is like a fragmented form of something that, were they not sequestering it, you would just have free access to already. But maybe I won't get into all that just now. But anyhow, just to elaborate that, I'm engaging in something that I feel ambivalent about. Which I guess I imagine that if I talk about it that way, it's probably not the best salesmanship. But I don't know, I guess that's my salesmanship for you. Anyhow, well, here's what I will say is I think you won't regret it. And then of course you can unsubscribe at any time. You know what I mean? Is this bastardizing something? Have I just spoiled everything? Or is it a valid attempt to bridge two domains? A domain of marginality and a domain of practicality. Or am I selling out the marginality? Or am I committing a bad faith violation of the potential for a new type of pragmatism? That what we consider as pragmatic could be something more expansive. Or is this transaction in service of the expansion of pragmatism? As in, by putting a price on something, do I bring that something more into the commonplace world, more into legibility as a form of value? I don't know. I keep going both ways. And it's kind of wild to realize that this whole tangent that has to do with money and pragmatism and transaction, which I would say markedly differs from everything else that I was talking about. I mean, I like, made some little links in there, made some little analogies. Has occurred, it started occurring almost as soon as I started walking as opposed to standing. Like as soon as I started walking, I just had a massive shift in the way that I was thinking and talking. Well, it's kind of like, if you've been doing one thing for a really long time, as soon as you change it slightly, you perceive that change. So like, if you've been sitting at your computer for hours, when you just get up and walk around, this walking around has a magnetic pull to it. And then conversely, if you've been walking for hours, sitting down and staring at the computer has a magnetic pull to it. So I'm like, I'm standing in one place by a creek, watching minnows swim around, philosophizing.
He books with me.
Oh, I see. And then eventually I start walking on the trail and enter a very different perspective. And then I wonder what could have been if I had just stayed by that creek and not started walking and not got into all this, not got into all this meta-analysis of the practice of walking and talking and the financials of it. But then I think maybe in accordance with my own philosophy, I shouldn't really dwell on what theoretically could have been, except to the extent that it may be relevant to what still could potentially be in the future. That is, should I or shouldn't I attempt more walking and talking episodes where I mainly just stand in the same place? And then, is this permissible within the standards set forth of walking and talking? Does it violate one of the two chief requirements, namely walking? Would I have to change the name? Do I have to call it standing and talking, or standing around and talking? Standing around implying a little bit more leeway as to just standing still, not without moving my feet whatsoever. Like standing around implies, I'm standing for a while, I take a few steps in a circle, kind of slowly. Still kind of counts as standing around. I could lean. I would be allowed to lean. Anyhow, look forward to welcoming you into the real world, as in outside of walking and talking. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you not to be listening to this episode of Walking and Talking in a few minutes. I think you're gonna love it. I mean, not that you don't love this. I know you love this. I know that you love me. I feel your love for me. Believe me. But I think you're also going to love not hearing me. I think you're also going to love existing outside of this container of cognitive space. I think you're gonna love an increased degree of freedom in perspectival space. I know it's not an arbitrary and limitless amount of freedom. You're still bounded by being a human in time, a human who has the experience of having a body, of being oriented in space, and having an arrow of time that is moving ceaselessly, and perceiving a constant increase of entropy in your universe, and all those things that are particular to us. Perceiving things like mass, perceiving things like extent in space, extent in time, continuity in time, memory of the past, prediction of the future. You're stuck with all that shit for now, kind of, but I'm happy to try to wiggle as hard as we can. Let's wiggle against the sides of our cage. Let's fucking let's rattle our perspectival cage as hard as we can. Know what I'm saying? I think that's a good way to say it. Rage against the cage is what I'm saying. Or talk against the cage. Talk. I'm talking about talking at your cell walls until you talk them to death. Talking at your cell walls until they start to crumble. That's what this is about.
I don't like not going 2 weeks without seeing her, but I certainly understand where she's
Hello.
coming from.
Just talk them to death. That's what I'm talking about. Talk your reality to death. I recommend it. It's been a lot of fun, wouldn't you say? I feel like I've sort of unconsciously slipped into epilogue mode or something, or But I'm sure you don't mind, you know? We're on easy street now, I think. We're coasting back into like the familiar reality. I don't know about you, but I feel that way. I'm excited for the familiar. I can almost think about nothing but food now. I want to eat some pizza, even though I know that it will give me a stomach ache. But I want to eat like a super health conscious pizza with the cauliflower crust and all that shit, or something like that. I don't think that's going to happen today. But it's nice to want things. Wouldn't you say? Does this I'm trying to kind of rationalize the way that I'm talking now as having some kind of consistency with everything else that I've said. And I'll be honest, like, it's like doing a form of work to just take whatever kind of flippant BS that I'm spitting out now and try to relate it back to something that I'm now perceiving as making sense before, and try to pretend like this is all a coherent theory or something like that. It's work, but it can be done. It can be done. One can relate anything to anything with the appropriate leap or number of leaps. I sincerely hope that you have enjoyed this episode of Walking and Talking, and that you will join me in the future for subsequent episodes of Walking and Talking. I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking to myself that like this episode has constituted to date maybe the clearest articulation of my metaphysical worldview. But then again, kind of every episode is that. Of course, which, you know, would follow from everything that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Where am I? I think I've gotten lost. Or I just don't remember walking this way. That I'm walking back, you know? Just so automatically, just walking so automatically that it formed no memory. But, you know, think about next time you're in a dream and how much sense the dream made, how much sense reality made within the dream before you gained a perspective outside of the dream, namely either realized you were dreaming or woke up. And then ask yourself, what about how much sense this reality makes and how much sense will this reality make from an external perspective that's afforded by a future observer, namely your future self? What will your future self think about how much sense this reality makes? Or some transcendent observer that is comprised of a collectivity of individual points, perspectives, that has interpenetrated each other enough to the point where it can be identified as one collective consciousness. Blah, 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 blah. I need to shut up now. All right, and it's good because it's time to shut up now. Okay, my internet friends. Bye.